Apologies for the delay. So welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of Raider training. Hopefully everybody had, like I said, a restful evening. We're going to be diving right in today. Once again, as with yesterday, I really want to reiterate that this Raider training and your expertise are really, really important. Your participation within the process is going to really assist you with rating the proposals once you actually get into them. And today we're going to actually start out. Oh, my apologies. It looks like it decided to start from the beginning instead of starting from day 2. Not entirely sure why it did that, but let me go ahead and get us caught up. Although very similar to what I was going to be starting with, but here we go. Before we dive into rating, it's going to be really critical for you to be able to focus on the strengths and the weaknesses of each of the rating factors, rather than just assigning a total score immediately off the bat. So we're predominantly going to be working with job aids. I believe it's job aids 2 and 3. So it's going to be the notes and the rating factor overview. And then after we complete our discussion on the strengths and weaknesses, we're going to kind of get into the real thing. We're going to dive into proposal 2. Hopefully everybody received an email this morning. That's going to have proposal 2 in there. That's the one we're going to do for real, ostensibly. So we're going to, once again, everybody will read through it and then similarly assign strengths and weaknesses to each of the sections. And then we're going to be discussing the actual ratings that you feel would be appropriate for each section. Then we're going to discuss the process of rating and some of the challenges that come with that. I'm sure some of you can imagine already, but we'll just go over some of the most common ones. We're going to review rating materials, how you submit final ratings, and going over the dashboards, which is a very straightforward process. And then we're going to talk about next steps, or I guess the final steps. So today's going to be a little bit more lax, not as much being put on the spot, more discussion. Like I said, this should be challenging but fun, hopefully. So just as a review, I wanted to kind of go over again what are strengths and weaknesses. I realize these are broad definitions, but can I get one of you folks to please read strengths?
Refers to a response or an idea that is more detailed or comprehensive by providing well-conceived, specific, and substantive support.
Awesome, thank you. And then somebody to read weakness.
Refers to a response or an idea that is lacking detail or is incomplete and lacks sufficient documentation, support, or detail.
Fantastic, thank you so much. So this is what we're going to be keeping in mind today as we start our discussion on the project needs section of the first sample proposal. I know I didn't really have time and kind of overlooked going into the structure and the formatting of sample proposal 1, which I'm sure some of you noticed is a little bit interesting. It is a lot of text. So that is the format that the sample or the proposals that you're going to be reading, they're going to be in that format. But that is just going to be, I wanted to demonstrate that. I should have done kind of a demonstration yesterday, but so hopefully most of you actually had a chance to look at project need yesterday, this morning, whenever. And for those of you who haven't, or if you just want to kind of take another look, I'm going to probably maybe give you about 5 minutes to sort of review project need one more time, and then review your notes for the strengths and weaknesses that you assigned. And like I said, we're not going to be even looking at scores yet. This is just about the strengths and the weaknesses and specific pieces that you can pull out from the proposal that sort of identify those. And then we're gonna discuss. So just gonna give you about 5 minutes and then we'll dive into it. Any questions before we sort of have our moment? Okay. Okay. All right. Well, welcome back, everyone. So I guess let's dive on into it, unless folks would like a little bit more time. I know we have somebody joining us today. I think Mary, you weren't able to join us yesterday.
No, I wasn't. I apologize.
Oh, no, not at all. We got your message. Just welcome. And I realize, everybody did introductions. Maybe I should have done that at the start, but I realized I didn't see that you had joined us this morning. But before we dive into, the activity, maybe can we get you to introduce yourself, please?
Yes, and no worries about not doing introductions. If at all possible, I always prefer to blend into the back.
Thank you,
So, my name is Mary Green. I'm the Chief Investigator with the Placer County District Attorney's Office.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us today. And I just want to make sure, do you have sample proposal one?
Yes, I do.
Fantastic. Awesome. Okay. I wasn't sure if the email wasn't going through or what it was, but okay. So let's dive on into this. So like I said, we're just focusing on project need to start with. And we're only really discussing the strengths and weaknesses that you may have identified. And we're not really touching the point assignment quite yet, because we really want to sort of unpack how you assess strengths and weaknesses. So would anybody like to get us started on this discussion? I do want to emphasize that today it is going to be very much going to be you folks leading the charge. So hopefully we can get everybody contributing and we can get a lively discussion going on this.
A strength, but also something that led me to have further questions was the target group. So coming from a larger county, if you had a target group that was everyone, I think they said everyone arrested, charged, and convicted, and that's reentering, that would seem extreme, but given their numbers, it seemed like that was a group they were able to work with in previous iterations. So I thought that having a clear and comprehensive target group in that way was a strength, and the lengthy history of collaboration to me was also a strength.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. And yes, absolutely. Did anybody else have any thoughts on the description of the target population?
I thought it was broad. Although I don't disagree that in a county that size, when it says anyone arrested and are convicted, that kind of seems to narrow it a little bit. But my reaction to the description itself, that it was very broad. I agree that I thought the 7-year collaboration was a strength. I also thought the partners who make up the collaboration was a strength. It's appeared to be key players, people that should be involved in the effort. I thought that they had received prior awards was strong. So they definitely did something right. They got cohort 1, cohort 2. That reflects some strength. It looked to be.
Oh, go ahead.
And it looked to be they did have local data. Looked like they had parsed from DOJ. It looks like it's DOJ data, but it was local to to Sample County. And it looked like at one of the strengths, apparently they were successful in decreasing their jail population through one of their diversion efforts.
Yes, absolutely. So yes, I completely agree with you. You mentioned that they mentioned a lot of collaborations with local agencies. And yes, that definitely puts them, that definitely puts it in the strength category. I realized I just stopped sharing briefly. I wanted to open something up, but uh, the fact that they mentioned prior awards, that is something I actually want to speak on really quickly. Um, so I do want to encourage you folks not to really be swayed. So there might be mention of prior awards or name dropping of prior grants and things like that. And the hope is that that would not be the focus. So it is great that they may have received funding in previous cohorts, for instance, or they may have received previous funding, either local, federal, or what have you. Um, but the focus should be on their current proposal. So irrespective of whether or not they got previous funding, the focus should be on, okay, but what are they presenting now? Um, so that maybe don't necessarily put that in the strengths category. I mean, it's up to you entirely to how you judge this, but more look at what they're presenting rather than what they're trying to say. Like what they're saying, like, okay, well, we got funding previously for this, but now they might not be presenting as strong of a proposal. So if we're going to be looking at always refer back to the actual the criteria within the factor. So tying back the strengths and weaknesses to each of the criteria. So them mentioning that they received awards, for instance, or funding doesn't really fit into any of those criteria. So that wouldn't necessarily be a focus.
Makes
But I
sense.
completely, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I understand that. That makes sense.
Yeah, but everything else you said, absolutely, I completely agree. And I also agree with you with regard to the target population and it being broad. So as you can see, that's a point of contention where you have different perspectives on a similar criteria. So does anybody have any other comments on?
I do, Anna. So good morning, everyone, again. So yeah, I mean, I had a kind of a different take on including their past awards. I think it fell short, but what I thought they were building up was kind of framing how they arrived at the gap, right? Because they did a lot of pre-work and setting up like the next phase. They talked about working with setting up pre-trial forms, right, to establish a database to have a better capture of data. They talked about, providing a lot of reentry services. I think I think that's a good framing for why phase two is necessary, right? Phase two is necessary because they identified gaps in their previous interventions, right? So I thought that was a strength up until the point where they really didn't provide the data, the quantitative and qualitative data to show we did this. Despite this, or because of this, we could not get to this point, right? And so I thought that was a great buildup, and then it fell short and became a weakness in that area. So in that sense, I thought it was helpful to provide that background, but then it turned into a weakness. So and that was kind of my take on that. In terms of just like data, though, I know they threw out there that they reduced the jail population and recidivism was improved, but I don't know how that was quantified. It was based on their previous interventions and awards. They should have had some baseline pre and post data to substantiate that and show that with this additional funding, we can move the needle even further, right? So again, back to my original point, it kind of fell short there.
Absolutely. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was just going to say, for me, there was a lot of how, right? They're saying, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to incorporate restorative justice. And I just kept writing, how does this, I understand it's project need, but if there isn't a little bit of the how in there, is there really a need, right?
Absolutely. I think that you all are very much touching on exactly the issue. The fact that you're gonna see a lot of proposals talk about the, just saying that this is something they plan or intend on doing. We intend to implement restorative justice practices or trauma-informed practices. But as we once again talked about yesterday during the discussion of the factors, how are they doing that? They're not providing any specificity. They might be providing some statistics, some local statistics, but if they intend to show some sort of change, is there baseline data that they're going to be using? So I completely agree with you folks on identifying those kind of lacking areas, and those are potential weaknesses. The fact that there is a very surface level description of the need and the gaps in services, I think that's very accurate. And you know what? I think you're all doing a phenomenal job tying it back to the criteria within factor one. So does anybody have any other strengths or weaknesses that they identified in the project need for sample one?
Let's say I had many more weaknesses than I had strengths. Actually struggled to come up with those I referenced. But you just kind of summarized some of them. I don't think that I have a good sense of the need that they're trying to fill. I don't think that they address that. I think they use the term they want to expand and sustain reentry and diversion project RID.
Mhm.
But they didn't lay out what the gaps specifically were. But again, I think you just kind of summarized. Some others have tried to summarize that a little bit. So I found myself struggling trying to in all of that block paragraph reading, which itself is torturous, trying to discern really what gaps they were trying to fill, and even what the project will be.
I completely agree with that. I think that there was definitely a struggle, especially with criteria 1.1. So looking at the gaps in service, they did cite some of their data, and also correlating the target population to the need. So obviously, if they don't define the gaps and the need, then it's very difficult to tie those together. So does anybody have any other comments on project need here?
Instead, it didn't flow, in my opinion, either. It was a conglomeration of a whole bunch of junk, as it were. And I don't mean that negatively, but I didn't find that the writing flowed well.
Agree with that. It felt like they cut and pasted a ton of citations. So it was just like a dump of citations that weren't brought in the way of, here's some data and here's why that's important. And here's some data and relates to our program design. There were a few sentences here and there about the program design, but really the reader should be able to quickly understand what that is, I think. And I read it repeatedly and was really looking, I think, for something that wasn't quite articulated.
Absolutely, yes. You're definitely going to see that sometimes when we talked about it yesterday, that you're obviously the format of this, because this is downloaded from Submittable, and the format is terrible. We do apologize for that. It is a wall of text. But even in that wall of text, you should be able to identify how the statistics really relate to the narrative. You can, bombard your reader with loads of statistics, and unless they actually have any meaning, unless they tie back to, the gaps in service that you're trying to articulate, they're really meaningless information. They did provide a lot of statistics. I will give them that. But like you said, it seems like they're deliberately just putting all of that in there to distract from the possibility that there isn't as much substance. So just because they're addressing the rating criteria doesn't mean that it's a strength or that they did well in that actual criteria. So we talked about the fact that it's not just they include the information. Are there statistics on local data and things like that? Absolutely. It's what is the worth of that information, I guess. What is the strength of it? How well are they articulating that? And as you said, both Mac and Ellen, I think, you both mentioned that there's just doesn't seem to be a lot of substance. As far as the writing itself, I know it may not flow. Some of that does have to do with the fact that they are putting a lot of statistics in there. And you're going to probably see that with a lot of proposals. So I wouldn't necessarily say that if it doesn't flow, doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad or, a less effective program. But I think in this instance, you're absolutely right that it just doesn't have as much, it doesn't tie back to the gaps in service and the need and how that, how the target population will be served. So phenomenal discussion, folks. If anybody has any other comments, we'd love to hear from all of you. And then we'll move on to the next section.
I think it was, to me, I was confused by, they said that there going to be an addition of a comprehensive day reporting center, but then that there would be a 5-day tiered housing plan. And I didn't really I couldn't link how what the need was. Are they asking for, is it the funding for the housing plan, for the day report? It just, to me, it was confusing how those two are connected. And then also, I know that somebody else mentioned it before, but that they use the buzzword of restorative justice, but I saw zero restorative justice anywhere, or why there's a need for it, or how it would be utilized at all. But I don't know. I was maybe it's just me that doesn't.
No, it's not just you.
But I was how is the 5-day housing plan? Are they going to build housing? Are they going to go to 5 days at the day reporting center? It just didn't make sense to me. But
I agree with those comments.
And if I can just jump in real quick on that to add, and this is where your expertise and your background comes into play, right? Because on our side, we try our best to work with the EC members in making the rating criteria, rating factors all cohesive, so that if a response or a narrative is provided and they address all of the rating criteria within the rating factor, right? That is, a good or an effective narrative response, right? That will hopefully have all the content to provide you the information so that you can confidently say, okay, this is a good grant program. But with all that said, that's just us on the research side. So on the grounds and on the day-to-day and being on the front lines, your expertise there enables you to make those questions, right? Of that doesn't make sense. How does one service tie to another? What does the full picture look like? And so we understand that a lot of you come from different backgrounds, so your take of that will be different based upon your background. But please do use your background as well too. Throughout these 2 days, we'll give you the tools. We'll talk about we've been talking about strengths and weaknesses. We'll talk about the 6-point scale, how to utilize that as well too. But with all that said too, still utilize your background, still utilize your experience and your knowledge, and determine if something makes sense or not. And if it doesn't make sense based on your experience, then please feel free to utilize that as well. So, thank you for sharing.
I just wanted to add that for me, this proposal was particularly weak in the 1.3 and 1.4 section, which is about underserved populations, disparities based on identities and status, and aligning with the intent of Prop 47. And I'm not as familiar with the full intent, but I keep rereading the guiding principles. And it's a mostly white county, but I felt like it was pretty paltry, their attempt, like language access is not culturally competent care. It's sort of the minimal piece. And kind of to the restorative justice, trauma-informed care, being able to take the people who are most vulnerable, like homelessness, yes, vulnerable, but within that population, I didn't see an understanding of the differential impact based on kind of experience and identity.
Yes, absolutely. I think that, like a lot of you have mentioned, and Rachel, thank you so much for pointing it out very clearly, that there is like a lot of, there seems to be a lot of lip service paid, but not a lot of information tying back to how these programs intend to address those needs. So they are talking about restorative justice, and there's no specificity. They're talking about addressing homelessness, but there seems to be some kind of disconnect between the services and the intention. So absolutely. I think all of you are really hitting on the specific issues and potential weaknesses that you're seeing in 1.1 through 1.3 here. I think that they are attempting to address 1.4 because I mean, it's fairly straightforward you can say almost anything to try to align it with the intent of Prop 47. But you really have to back that up by addressing all of these earlier criteria. In order to be able to really make an impact in 1.4 where you bring it all together. So I think everybody is doing a phenomenal job. The discussion is going exactly as intended. So everybody's contributing their personal, their experience, their professional experience within this field. So really appreciate that, folks. So I believe Stacy actually had a comment. Unless anybody has any other contributions for strengths and weaknesses on project need. Okay, I think Stacy.
Okay, I just wanted to quickly address Mac's comment about the horrible format of the reading of these proposals, and unfortunately, that is the format that all of them are in. What I recommend doing, and it takes an extra 10-15 seconds, is you can easily select like the section that you're going to read and copy and paste it into Word, and then it looks, I mean, just without even doing any like changes in the font size or formatting or spacing or anything, it just looks 100 times better. So if it's too draining on the eyes to read and what you get, I highly recommend just cutting and pasting those sections into Word, and it's substantially easier to read. Thank you, Anna.
Yes, thank you so much, Stacy. And yes, I also highly recommend that. That's exactly what I do anytime I'm dealing with a document from Submittable, because this is just the format in which it downloads. And it is somehow very, very hard on the eyes. I think part of it is the fact that it is a wall of text, and part of it is just how dense it is without any kind of breaks in the paragraphs. But once you put it into Word, it does automatically just like reformat in a way that's a lot more legible. Okay, so phenomenal work on project need. So now we're actually all going to take a few minutes, probably let's say about 15 minutes or so to read through the next section. Actually, you know what? Maybe let's say 20 minutes to read through the section and to sort of pick out as you're reading just things that you might identify as strengths and weaknesses. And that's not, a hard time. Like if folks need a little bit more time, you know what? I haven't been using it very much, but can I get everybody to, once they're ready to go, to just give me a green thumbs up in the reactions panel. So hopefully at the bottom of your screen, you see the reactions panel. Some of you have been using the thumbs up. You can even give me the thumbs up or actually just the green check mark whenever you're ready to go for the next section. So we're going to be looking at rating factor 2. So we just finished up project need, and we're going to move on to the community engagement piece.
Is there a point in the process where we talk about what we would rate, or we're gonna do that at the end for each section?
We actually will do that. We're not going to be doing that with this particular proposal. So we're going to be reading a second sample proposal that's different from this one. And you know what? I realize that you're not going to need 20 minutes on this one, but whenever I think everybody's ready is when we're going to do it. But yes, we will be doing that with sample proposal 2. For now, we're just focusing on strengths and weaknesses, getting everybody comfortable with identifying those, discussing those, and getting us all on the same page with how to interpret that. So we find that it's important for raters to really understand that the ratings are based on the strengths and weaknesses. So it's not as though you're assigning a certain number of strengths and weaknesses and then averaging them. It's not that. You are reading through the criteria, determining whether there are strengths and weaknesses in it, and then kind of assigning that holistic score for that entire rating factor, based on whether or not it is not just fulfilling the criteria, but fulfilling the criteria well. But we are going to focus on the ratings a lot more on sample 2, where you're going to be doing the actual rating, and then we're going to discuss ratings. But for now, let's just look at strengths and weaknesses. And it looks like section 2, community engagement, is quite brief on this one. So let's get everybody to just read through it, and then we'll get, just whenever everybody's ready, put up a green check mark. Let me know if you're not seeing where the green check marks are, the reaction is. And once everybody's done and they have some, strengths and weaknesses that they can identify, we'll get into the discussion. folks, whenever you feel that you're ready, you can feel free to just put, like I said, a green check mark. Just react with the green check mark. Or just the thumbs up, either one will work just fine. Okay, folks, I think we have a fair few of you who've read through and already have your strengths and weaknesses ready to go. This is just a practice exercise, so it doesn't have to be extremely thorough. We're just trying to get, some ideas going and get some discussion going. And so if you're still kind of working through it, absolutely just contribute what you have, and that will be fantastic. So let's kind of dive back into the discussion. So now we're looking at rating factor 2 on community engagement. So what types of strengths or weaknesses did you folks identify on rating factor 2 for sample 1?
So I thought some of the strengths were that they actually had a group established already. It was a varied group. But there were a lot of weaknesses, the how, the where they would meet, they referred to having system impacted or formerly incarcerated people, but did they really? I think yesterday you mentioned this was an opportunity to distinguish yourselves and to show, transparency and planning, and none of that was there. It was like, we've done it before and trust us, it's good. But not a lot of explanation. It was just missing a lot to me. I mean, just calling it fair, inclusive, and comprehensive certainly doesn't make it so, right?
Absolutely.
I agree with that. And seeing that the lead agency is the DA's office, I mean, I would think that the community, might feel nervous about going to a DA's office. I'm not sure where it was hosted, if it was in their office or anything. And when I looked at their list, there was no indication of community. There was one name of a person that just said participant. Like, I don't know, does that mean they are system impacted? There was just nothing that described any of that, or like how it was posted, how it was noticed. And so I feel like it was very, very, very weak because I think it didn't describe anything to me. So I gave them the low. I think it was very weak. They didn't answer any of the questions. And I'm not sure, like, if we just couldn't see the attachment of the other parts, the other like the contracts or what, not contracts, what is the letters of agreement. So, but I don't know if it was actually there or not. But I think to me it looked like they failed and was a very weak community engagement.
They did include them. There was a list of they had a local advisory committee list, but yes, that's pretty much.
Yeah,
it.
I saw the list, but like the agreements, the letters
Oh.
of agreement that I thought maybe those contained like, we have this, we are bringing this many system impacted participants or something like that. Cause I didn't see it, but I was hoping that being positive, maybe they did explain some of that in those.
No, the letters would not have helped in this situation. No. The actual description should be in the narrative, so it's not up to the letters. The letters actually that's not really what they are. It's basically just commitment. That's literally, we had that discussion yesterday. So there's no content really to what you're going to see there. You would be basing it on what the actual agency is telling you in the narrative. So you're right on the money with it.
I wanted to see some outreach, and I think especially if you have a pre-formulated group, it's a really great opportunity to say, like, we've done things a certain way, we're applying for new funding, and we're going to do really significant outreach to see if there are other voices in the community. And I felt like the reader should come out of this with, or the reader should come out of this with an idea of kind of who's who and the lay of the land, but they're just sort of throwing things like the 20,000 Lives Collaborative and different groups without, I think it's easy to just say who that is and why they're relevant. And, I mean, I'm certain in a county like that, there would at least be faith community. Has to be, a racial justice group or chapter and some other community-based folks that could be leaned on. So it felt lacking. And I thought they just tried to use all the buzzwords, like that sentence of that this process was fair, inclusive, comprehensive, and transparent, and drew from a large sampling, but I don't understand how any of those, right? This was transparent because XYZ, like, were these even virtual meetings? Where were they held? Did they do things in different areas of the county? And who are the people that were eventually decided to be part of the LAC is again unclear, as someone else stated. There's no definition of or sort of little mini bio for why they're there.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, they did use a lot of buzzwords. They did name drop a lot of organizations. They did not stipulate to how the committee members were selected, what type of diversity. It was just lackluster, like I think a lot of you have mentioned. And because of that lack of specificity, it does feel like they're paying sort of lip service or possibly just copying and pasting directly from the requirements, from the criteria, where it says community engagement process was fair, inclusive, comprehensive, and transparent. Nobody knows what that means. The goal is for them to articulate how it was inclusive. In what way was it comprehensive? What type of transparency? We only have what we're reading to go on, and I think all of you are identifying the major issues with this section. And as we discussed yesterday, community engagement is a critical piece of the proposal. It isn't worth as much as the project description, no. However, it is very important to this type of grant because, like we mentioned, it's very important that there is diversity, both in the actual, in the target population, as well as the stakeholders that are on this local advisory committee, that there is transparency and that there actually is a clear a clear through line to how the committee members are selected, because that is going to determine how this program is really run and overseen. So all of you are definitely calling out a lot of those issues. Did anybody have anything else that maybe they identified before we branch off onto the next section?
And Anna, just want to toss out that it's 11 after 10 right now. So
Yes.
we need to take a break. If I mean, once this section is completed, but I think that might be a great time.
Absolutely, yes. Let's go ahead and once we wrap this one up, let's all take a much needed break. I realize that we agreed to the 1 hour time frame before we take a break, and I've gone far past that. So does anybody else have anything else they wanted to add to this one? I know that it was pretty brief and a lot of folks have already articulated most of what there is, but maybe somebody else noticed something. Okay. Well, in that case, I think that we should adjourn for a brief recess, not 12:40. So let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break here. So let's get you all back at 10:22. See you in 10 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everybody. So let us dive back into, let's dive back into the proposal. So we just wrapped up community engagement, and that was fantastic discussion. So let's now take a look at project description. So for this one, this is a big one, but just so we have a little bit more structure, let's say, let me just really take a quick look here. Let's say about 15 minutes on this one, and we'll come back and we'll just discuss what everybody has up until that point, just so we can get through the entirety of the sample, because we're going to be looking at another one after this, and that's the one where we're going to be doing really a close reading and then doing the ratings. For the time being, let's say about 15 minutes, and then I'll check back with everyone, and we can discuss the strengths and weaknesses on this one. And I have the project description rating factor up here with the criteria, but it doesn't actually fit on a single slide. So hopefully everybody has their job aids open and you're looking at the criteria as you're going through and looking for those strengths and weaknesses as well. But in the interim, absolutely, let me know if you have any questions. So about 15 minutes. folks. I completely forgot to mention this, but the hope is that while you're reading through the proposals, you're not going to be Googling anything. So if you're seeing something and you're curious about, the program or whether or not the citation is correct or any of those things, we don't want you preferably, looking up any of this information. In large part because you don't have time to do that for every single proposal. And we do value your time. And also because the evaluation system is specifically set up so that you can complete these ratings without the additional personal workload of having to look anything up. So you were chosen as raters for your experience and for your expertise and your ability to make these fair, valid, and unbiased decisions. And just using the tools we provided, the goal is that you just use the rating system, the evaluation system, to make your ratings. So no need to Google anything because that will very quickly devolve, especially when there are so many different acronyms mentioned or different prior awards and things like that. None of that really is the point. The point is, as you're reading through it, are they actually covering the criteria, and how well are they actually describing or meeting the requirements of the criteria? So I should have mentioned that at the very beginning because there's a lot of statistics in project need, but project description is going to be the second section where you're going to see a lot of that, a lot of citations and things like that, and absolutely no need to Google. Okay, folks. So hopefully you've had a chance to read through the section, the project description, and you've jotted down at least a few strengths, weaknesses that you found throughout. And if you haven't quite finished, that's totally fine. You can absolutely bring up whatever you have up until this point.
At this stage, should we be reviewing that work plan too? That's where I was at.
So yes, so the work plan is going to be a part of, it's going to be a part of 3.1. So yeah, that's going to be in there as well. It should be fairly straightforward as opposed to the narrative, but yes, making sure that their goals, objectives are delineated. But if you didn't review the work plan, that's totally fine. I think the greater focus can be on the other criteria. But if you did, that's phenomenal as well.
Is the work plan always going to be so difficult to read in formatting, or is that something about the sample?
No, apologies. It should not be that that convoluted. It usually is formatted very well. This was a singular situation. Really apologies for the bizarre lines. Yeah, you'll see with the second sample proposal what the actual work plan should look like. This is definitely not it. And also apologies, it looks like some of the years on this, yeah, the formatting is, that's on me, apologies. Yeah, if the years don't look right to you, yes, just absolutely ignore that. This is just the sample, so. But whenever folks are ready, you can absolutely chime in if you found some strengths, weaknesses that you'd like to discuss. Or do we feel like we need a little bit more time?
I'll jump in with a few.
Awesome.
So I think from the onset, the goal framing was lacking. It wasn't clear, just talks about addressing gaps. And so that wasn't clearly articulated. I know they kind of jumbled a lot of partners and services in their narrative, but I got lost in the workflow. I got lost in the workflow of who's doing what and trying to do the flow of referral process from one agency to another and who's making the decisions, right? And so I got lost there. And finally, the projected outcomes, I don't think those were listed, right? There were no projected outcomes, no target number of individuals that will be served. There was no metrics for what success would look like and how that would be quantified. And so just a lot of information, dense, but just kind of left me out, wondering what's the outcome here? How are you going to know what success looks like, right? So that's where I was at.
For me, there was no standardized and cohesive referral process, not tracking the follow through. There's this whole thing about the Ohio risk assessment, but how are you going to implement it? How are you going to track the client? I mean, there's just a whole lot of information about things and not a lot of information about the project in particular. I mean, it's very confusing to me. It's like, it's to address this gaps and build partnerships for the day reporting center, but it doesn't really support that. It just feels like it's throwing a lot of money at what is already in existence. Like, well, this is already working, so just give us more money. Missing the actual steps for administering it. I didn't really have any strengths.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the section on the housing, they were saying that there's 52 beds currently that aren't really that useful for this population, and that they're going to expand them, but it doesn't say how they're going to expand them. What is the number of beds? They just said we're going to reconfigure. But I think if you're asking for money to expand it, you need to say we're going to have 6 additional beds for men and 2 additional beds for women. It's just, I mean, housing is such a huge barrier. And so, and they also mentioned, they're like, there's no emergency housing in our county. And so we'll provide motel vouchers. But how many motels are there in your county? What is the bed space? How many days are there's just like zero information on that. So to me, it felt very problematic.
You all are really touching on a lot of the expected issues. Absolutely. I think that similar to previous sections, there's a lot of information. There's a lot of specificity, for instance, about the measures they intend to use. So bombarding you with that, but not a lot of information about the implementation of some of these services, the flow from, referral, or what the referral process is going to look like, to next steps, who will be following the clients, potentially somewhat disjointed in terms of that flow as well. And then mentioning, that they don't have emergency housing services, like you said, Brad, that there's going to be, they have 52 beds and they want to add more. What is that going to achieve exactly? What are the outcomes? John, you touched on the fact that they really don't discuss outcomes, how those outcomes are going to be quantified, and that is problematic. That's really what is the point of all of this if you don't have your outcomes clearly delineated? Anybody else? I know this is a pretty dense section, but it's rife with information ready for discussion here.
Just to like you said, it's rife with information ready for discussion. There's so much in there, but there's nothing that backs it up. There's when they talk about all the different therapies that they're going to offer at the new transition center, it's everything that sounds great in terms of a buzzword, equine therapy. But I question, is that feasible? Is there a facility to do equine therapy at the correctional facility? And there's no infrastructure behind it. It's not saying, even if it was doing great before, like in order to continue these following services, which have served this many people and have done these following things, this is how we're going to use the funds for continuation. There's none of that. It's just like, we're doing great. We'd like to do these things that sound really good, but nothing saying how they're going to do it.
Yes, definitely.
I agree. And then as you're kind of looking for the minimizing the startup time, like those kind of implementation details, even if I think you could do some of that implementation and planning detailing in a couple of sentences, but it seemed like that was lacking. And then also the leveraging of outside funding, I found lacking. So it's really helpful to have the section 3 grid up while one's scoring this, because it seems like the expectation of what's in this section is very, very high, which is why it's 30% of the score.
Yes, it is. It's really the entirety of the program. They're detailing the program implementation, all of the services. So yes, this is a very, very important section that includes a lot of information. So it's not unusual to see a lot of text and a lot of references and things like that. Although incidentally, they do make some statements that they don't reference, which is interesting. But yes, I completely agree. You touched on the fact that 3.6 really wasn't addressed at all. Neither was 3.8 for the most part. As Mac, I think, mentioned yesterday, a lot of the proposals they just don't address the criteria at all. And don't be afraid in those instances to, those are just missing. So obviously you're not assigning the scores, and we're not doing scores yet, but when you do get into the scoring, we're not assigning scores to the individual criteria. You're assigning it for the entirety of the factor. However, if an entire section is missing, as you're going through, you're putting, there's only weaknesses for this criteria. This criteria has weaknesses and strengths. And then you look at that in its totality when you're thinking about the factor as a whole. But from what I'm hearing, it sounds like nobody's really identified any kind of foothold for any positives. Did anybody actually find any strengths or something that they can build on with this section? Because there definitely are a lot of weaknesses for sure.
I was curious, they talk about reduction of recidivism from 60 to 10%, and they claim it as part of their thing. There's no citation, but if they did have a citation, that would be impressive show of that these systems they have in place are, are able to do the job. It did seem like they didn't specifically talk about how to minimize startup time, which is something I also noted, but they did have a lot of discussion of the scales they're using and how they're leveraging things to have efficiency and coordination. And if there were some of the other things that would be a strength if we understand, if we understood the other things, having coordination and efficiency in doing them is helpful. I feel like they had some of the kind of things I'd want to see, like peer mentoring to try and address some of the how to be competent and responsive. But I felt like in general, it wasn't, I'm not going to go back into weakness. I'm saying there are points of light in there.
No, absolutely. And I appreciate that you actually managed to point those out. But yeah, as far as the recidivism, that's one of the major ones for me for the lack of citation. Very impressive. Where are those numbers coming from? But yes, I think that it is important to identify potential areas of strength, but then it's the question of, like you said, that it kind of starts to veer into the weakness because there doesn't seem to be follow through. They are mentioning scales, which is great. They are mentioning a lot of really interesting sounding services, but then as I think it was Mary that mentioned it, that there wasn't really any infrastructure that they specified for how this would be done or whether it was feasible. If it is an ongoing program, that is irrelevant because they still need to make it clear to the readers who, the readers are not familiar with the program. So telling you this is working is not sufficient. They need to tell you how they got to this point and how they intend to continue implement, because you can't take them at their word. It's just like when they talk about, awards and things like that. That's all well and good, but that is irrelevant to the proposal at hand. So I really appreciate everyone's contribution to this. Yeah, I think that you've all identified a lot of the issues and some of the minor strengths with this one. I do think they mention a lot of services, a lot of services, kind of in a list, but without the follow through on the process side of this, it's a question of how they're going to address the needs and interests of the target population. How do these things apply to the target population? Does the target population need yoga services? Like it's just a matter of just information dumping, I guess.
If I might also just jump in real quick. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I just a couple of points that as I'm listening that I want to just throw in, and hear me say this very clearly, that this is not to sway anyone's review process, how they're reviewing, what they're finding, anything of that nature. I just want to toss out that that in addition to all of that, and as you're looking at it, and we specifically love the different points of view and perspectives that everyone is bringing to this, that on top of that too, is the fact that, it may, in some cases, may even be that the limited amount of space that is available, the projects may, in fact, in some cases, they're written on a whole separate form, but just the number of words that they're able to use, the number of characters, they may be taking out chunks of things to be able to fit it in there as well. Not that necessarily that needs to sway one direction or the other. And then the other thing, just to keep in mind as well, is that there is a minimum threshold. And so we've got, we're on one end of things, we've got well over by $50+ million, well over the amount available that is being requested. And so on that end of things, it's highly competitive. And so ensuring that we're getting the funds out to those that you all deem kind of, for lack of a better term, the cream of the crop, if you will. On the other end of things, we want to ensure that we have, when we have that amount of money that's being requested, that we have enough strengths that are available that folks will meet the minimum threshold, because the minimum threshold has got to be met to even be funded. Anybody that doesn't meet that minimum threshold at all will not receive any money, no matter how close they are. And so just wanted to throw all of that into perspective, as well as everyone is kind of reading, and then and particularly as you get into the rating piece of this. So just throwing those tidbits in as well.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Damien. Yes. Thank you,
Well,
everybody, for participating. Oh, did somebody?
I wanted to share a quick thought as we close on this. Because I appreciate and agree with criticisms that I've heard folks share. I struggled with this section largely because of what I said yesterday about the importance of the whole project need area. And when we talked about that area, which was pretty convoluted, and I don't think that this proposal did a good job of laying out with clarity what the need was and the gap that they were trying to close. So given that, and then all of the information that they put into this section, I find myself working really, really hard trying to make sense of even evaluating the different goals. Because when I look at the goals in their work plan, I'm going to be reviewing the proposals to see if the goals that are in their work plan and in the subsequent program description that's in the narrative of this section also be taking me to how they're going to address the need that they've identified and address the specific gaps. But once that's not really clear, and it hasn't been for me from the beginning in terms of outlining their actual need and the gaps they're trying to close, then it just makes that much more difficult, candidly, for me to kind of tie in the link here on the program description. One thing that I actually did think was a relative strength was the fact that they did reference and detail out the utilities of the ORAS risk assessment tool. They now there's negatives you can put there too. I mean, I don't know that they said that it was validated. Well, I don't know where this county is, but because those tools do have to be validated on the local population. But I actually thought their discussion about how they intended to use the ORAS tool was consistent with my understanding of how you use tools and what they're used for. They didn't do a good job of who would do what. And I don't think they did a great job of explaining, incorporating the steps into the criminal case processing. They could have done more detail there now. But all of that to say, my struggles with this emanated from not having a good understanding of their need and the gap that they're trying to close.
Yes, thank you so much, Mac. Absolutely. I think that you all identified the fact that there was a lack of information about the gaps in service in that first project needs section. And so all of this information that they're including, while seemingly very impressive, isn't really specific to, if it doesn't tie back to that first section, then there really isn't any point to it. There has to be a flow from that first section into the second section. Like it all does tie together, especially that project need and how it should flow directly into program description. And you should be able to tie them back to one another. This is the gap in service. This is the need that we're trying to address. And these are the services. And this is the process for implementing those services. And as you've all identified, this section really doesn't do that. Okay.
Anna, can I add something real quick?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, so no, great point there, Mac. And part of your role as a rater too is to see if there's cohesiveness, right, within the proposal overall period. And you'll see once you go through project need, project description, I mean, the community engagement part, especially when you get to budget, right? When you get all the way to the end, if it doesn't all tie together, then that in itself is a weakness, right? So all the things that you've jotted down, even though they might have addressed each rating criteria, maybe they addressed 3.3 all the way to 3.8, they addressed them, right? They did address them. But if it doesn't fall in line with what Mac was saying, the project need and the budget is off, and the evaluation's off, then those would be considered weaknesses as well too. So just want to reiterate, I know we said it a lot yesterday, and we will continue to say throughout today, is always fall back to the strengths and weaknesses, because that's going to be your foundation to how you're going to get to your actual rating itself, right? So determining if it's a strength or a weakness, whether or not they address the rating criteria, that's going to be your foundation. And then from there, you'll get your ratings from there. So, and then you'll get really good practice with the sample 2 proposal later.
I have another question to pose, if I may, if we have enough time.
Yes, of course.
So it's easy for people to throw around jargon like restorative justice that we discussed and put nothing behind it. At the same time, people's language choice, I believe, can impact, can be a signal for their approach. And so I'm curious how much we take that into account. Like, for example, what sort of was jarring to me in reading this was the use of the word offender, and considering how many people, like when you take into account race and socioeconomic status, how many people are in the criminal justice system unfairly, and so formerly incarcerated or something else. And like, I don't want to ding people because they don't have the fancy jargon. At the same time, it can be a signal. And so I'm curious, like, what you've done in the past or what your suggestions are on that.
That's a very good question. And I think that is something that you should take into consideration. I don't think it's a matter of, they don't have the proper vernacular to be able to, use formerly incarcerated. I think that the rest of this narrative shows that, it's pretty decent in terms of its level of vocabulary. It's fairly eloquent. It's a little bit rudimentary, but I think you are right. Using the word offender does signal a certain framing of their clientele, of the people that they're trying to serve, this target population. And that is going to differ based on the agency that's submitting the proposal, of course, and the way that they frame the people that they're trying to serve. As far as whether or not that should figure into your ratings, I think that some of that is dependent on your personal experience, your individual experiences within these fields, and those are diverse. But I think it also needs to be taken in totality with the rest of what they are saying. So in this instance, we're seeing the use of the word offender, and we're also seeing a lot of, like you said, kind of seemingly empty words without a lot of follow through, seemingly. So it's a possibility that there may be something there in terms of the way that they're framing their population. In other instances, it may just be a matter of the jargon used within their agency, but then you're reading the rest of the proposal and you're seeing that their program does sound, viable, and there is follow through. There are steps and infrastructure. And they are detailing all of that very well. And so I think that that also needs to be taken into consideration, that all of it needs to be looked at in its totality. So it may factor into the way that the rest of the proposal is read as well. And in this instance, absolutely, I completely agree.
I think also just to jump in a little bit, obviously the reason that we want our scoring panels to have diverse backgrounds and experiences is because, we want to have your guys's expertise. And so we don't expect everybody to have the exact same score because you all have different backgrounds and different areas of expertise. And we value that diversity in our scoring panels. And so it's really up to you as to, how you decide to interpret their proposals and the languages that they use. The main focus of your ratings should always tie back to those rating factors, though, and the criteria within the rating factor.
Yeah, of course, I appreciate it. And I think to me, it ties back strongly to section 3.4 in this particular section, but that's only one of 8. So I recognize that as well.
Great.
Yes, thank you so much, Stacey. And yes, absolutely. Your diversity of experience and, diversity in terms of professional experience as well is going to make a huge difference in all of this. So there is no right or wrong answer. This is not a test. None of this is, there's no expectation of everyone having the same score. Your experiences will change the way you perceive what you're reading. So, and that's exactly what's intended here. So thank you for bringing that up. That's actually a really amazing point. All right, folks, I think that we've covered a lot of material, so let's take a 5-minute break here, and then we're going to dive into section or rating factor 4, and hopefully we'll move through that one a little bit faster. Rating factor 4 and 5 will be pretty quick. So let's come back in 5 minutes. We'll get that on the screen. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Um, Okay, so thank you so much for the very fruitful discussion on program description. That was phenomenal. I love that everybody really got involved, that there were a lot of diverse opinions there, that some of you folks identified some of the strengths and areas that, oh, you know what? Let's actually wait a minute or so, just to make sure everybody's back. Okay, in the interest of getting us kind of moving, since we do have a lot to still cover, um, let's dive into data collection and evaluation. So this section, let's take about, I'm gonna say about 7 minutes to sort of, no, let's say 10 minutes. Let's do 10 minutes to review it. And it's okay if everybody isn't quite ready and haven't read through it in its entirety, that's totally fine. Just really quickly scan through it and let's see if we can identify some strengths, weaknesses in this one, and we'll reconvene one more time for discussion on that. So let's say 10 minutes. And then I will get us back. All right, welcome back, everyone. I know that was a pretty short amount of time to handle that entire section. And it's brief, but there is a lot to go through still, especially with assigning strengths and weaknesses. But hopefully, most of you had some time to read through it and at least pick out a few. So whenever folks are ready, what did you identify as some strengths or weaknesses within within rating factor 4 for project evaluation and data collection?
I struggled with finding strengths in this section, and I can share why. As I look at 4.1, 4.2, and 4.3, I don't see the submission as responsive to those criteria. 4.2 says identify the process and outcome measures that are quantifiable in line with 47, the proposed project. And if they spoke to measures relative to the proposed project, I might have read it too quickly, but I didn't see them. And nor did I see them in the objectives listed in the work plan. I didn't find their submission responsive to the criteria.
No, I agree completely. Similarly, also while reading through it, did not identify how it tied back to the objectives, nor did they list them anywhere here, and then tie it to the programming that they intend to implement or the staffing.
It's almost like they misread the expectation, is one of my takeaways. Or if they didn't misread it, they misunderstood it. But it didn't answer questions that I was expecting to find relative to what we're looking to rate them on.
When trying to pull out strengths, staffing was the one thing I was able to give them, is like they named someone who's responsible, the point person, both internally and externally. I felt like that was the one thing I was able to pull out. But yeah, the rest of it, what are the outcome measures, all the things. I also had some, again, this is my I'm not sure it's the right question, but they do a lot of, they mention participant feedback guides improvement, but I see nowhere for participant experience from the participants to be incorporated. Now we don't know if there's an outcome that they actually have related to that. But I would say that might be a valuable thing to at least pay attention to, or describe how it happens, because it's nowhere in there. Another question I had were and I'm not familiar with the tools, with the R&R simulation tool through the Center for Advancing Correctional Excellence. But I have questions about tool choice and whether if something is through a Center for Advancing Correctional Excellence, what kind of biases are inherent in that kind of tool, and is that the kind of bias they want to replicate? I know nothing about it. It's just a question I have.
And that's a reasonable question to have. And like I said earlier, I realize I said this while some of you might have stepped away, but I want to reiterate that we're looking to your personal expertise, your professional experience with, within this field. So if you find something that you can't identify, you don't know what the tool is, or you aren't sure if the citation is correct, that isn't the point. So we encourage you not to Google anything. It's really about, you're reading it, you have questions and it seems potentially problematic. As you're reading through it, it will, become clear whether or not the rest of the proposal does support that concern you have, or whether they, elaborate on some of the choices that they've made, and they'll allay those concerns. but it's not about, knowing what the tools are. None of us really know what the tools are unless we work directly with them. And you, as the raters, don't have time to check every one of these tools and make sure they're validated. That is not the point. The point is, as you're reading it, does the rest of it actually make sense? Does it flow? Does it tie back to the project need? Does it tie back to the criteria? They can name drop as many tools as they want. If they can't identify how those tools are going to be implemented, what the purpose of those tools is, then that's also really irrelevant. But
This is a good discussion, and because I am familiar with the tools, I'm particularly familiar with the model, the R&R model. I'm not super familiar with this R&R implementation tool, and from my experience and expertise, this is just kind of playing back to what I said before. I just think this is a misapplication of the discussion in this section completely. Again, it's not responsive to the criteria that we're looking for, and arguably, if I'm rating this proposal, the question where I'm coming up with this discussion around the R&R tool, they could have, if they'd done a better job in their project description, could have talked about how it was going to be used as part of the project plan. So just your point, Anna, about using our collective expertise, the tools that are in a lot of these submissions, I do know fairly well, actually, and so I will be looking at them to see if they're applying them in a way that I know that they're intended to be used. And here I really struggled with that.
and that's great. The fact that you have that experience will give you sort of a little bit more information. But even if you didn't know what the tools were, the project should still make it clear, even
Right.
not knowing if it's a validated tool. There should still be enough information provided in the narrative for you to be able to tie it back to the criteria.
That makes sense.
But we do appreciate the fact that you do have that expertise, which is fantastic. That gives you even more information to work with. Okay.
I would just add that I was happy to see that ACEs were mentioned in there at the end, because I think that's, for me and my background, it's very, very important as to like why individuals are where they're at. But I want to know, how are they gathering them? Who are they gathering them? And then what is going to happen with them? So it felt a little bit like the restorative, just saying like, we use restorative justice. I just wanted to understand that better, because it could be, great and phenomenal. But it's just, there was no explanation for it.
I haven't had the time to read through the RFP, but how much are the constraints of character limits or whatever a factor in us not having the information we need?
Do you want me to answer that on that?
Yes,
Oh,
please.
So, yeah, there are limits in terms of characters, and when you're reading proposals, when you read a really well-written proposal, even with those character limits, you'll be able to have a really good feel for what they're doing, what tools they're using, how they're using those tools. And it'll be very clear. So there's sufficient space. They have to be, spend a lot of time deciding what needs to be included and what doesn't. But those well-written proposals, it will have all of the information, and you'll see that. You will see those well-written proposals, and then you'll go, wow, that one that I read in writer training was really bad. So you'll start to get a better feel. And Matt, who has read many of them,
I was about to say, you hit the nail right on the head, because there will be some that absolutely do make perfect use of the space, and you will be very impressed and know how doable it actually is.
I
also
will
just
add
don't-
as well.
Go
So
ahead.
sorry. I'm just going to add into everything that was just said, that there is a reason that you're reading these particular sections as training, right? I mean, there's very much a reason for that. And so everything that you all are pointing out is exactly the reason that this is, that you're reading the training in this way, those particular sections at this particular time. They're, very, very reasoned, purposeful way in which to deliver this training at the same time.
I hear all that. I just want to be reflective that, this is clearly a small rural county that's probably less resourced than some of the other counties that we're going to hear from. And so they might not have the same kind of resources to put into crafting a soup. They should still need to provide us the information, but I don't know that I want to, like, quality of writing is something that maybe, while I like it, maybe is not a reason to, is not necessarily a weakness if they get the information across.
Yeah, so, and also that's part of the reason that we have two different pots, the small funding pot and the large funding pot, is that what you tend to see is those smaller, more rural counties with fewer resources tend to lean towards that smaller pot of funding. So a lot of times they're competing against each other for funds. So we do recognize that, that larger counties do have additional resources that aren't always available to those smaller, more rural counties.
Yes,
On
thank
the-
you. Oh, go
I'll
ahead.
add something too, is that, and in this discussion too, remember that the central rubric that you're rating against are the rating criteria, right? So if you're using the tools provided, right? If you're using the strengths and weaknesses concept, and then the 6-point scale, which we'll discuss more in detail in the next exercise, then the writing style, the formatting, whether 4.3, the rating criteria 4.3 is in this section, or maybe they covered it in project description. All of that will essentially answer itself if you utilize the strengths and weaknesses and are rated against the rating criteria. Right? So again, throughout this process, we want to make this a fair and valid and equitable process across the board for all grantees. And so if you are able to rate all the proposals against the same rating factors using the same tools, then the quote unquote the more effective ones, or the stronger, more worthy proposals, they will show out at the end. What's the all the ratings?
Thank you so much, all of you. Yes, that is exactly it. So yes, there definitely is a character limit. There is a limited amount of space, and yes, of course, some of the smaller counties are gonna have less resources for evaluators to be able to write these sections. But you'll see small counties, applying for less grant funding that have phenomenal proposals as well. So it's not so much about whether or not, the language, the way that it's written meets expectations. It's about whether or not they're meeting the criteria. So they might use very simplistic language. It might be very, very straightforward. Honestly, that might not be a bad thing, because all it's doing is speaking to the criteria. They're outlining exactly what they need to be outlining, and that should be enough space. As we saw, I think, with the section 3, the project description, there was a lot of unnecessary information in there. It wasn't so much a lack of space as a misuse of it, because they were just including loads and loads of measures and intentions, and there wasn't really a judicious use of that of the space that they were given. And you'll see that as well, where you can kind of see it feels like information dumping. Whereas some smaller counties might, have proposals that are very streamlined and just speak directly to the criteria. They're answering the question. So,
and I know we're beating this a lot, but then just want to reemphasize that the rating criteria is, essentially, right, that's the rubric where the rating criteria are what was determined from the start, right? The ESC from the first cohort set the rating criteria down as saying, if an application comes in and answers and provides responses to all of these rating criteria, then that's the programs we want to be able to fund, because then If they can answer all of these criteria, then that makes them, you know, worthy, or, and again, answer them in a substantive and a strengthful way, that's a strength, then that makes them a, you know, a fund worthy proposal. So just know that we keep going back to the rating criteria. We use the rating criteria as the evaluation system and as the rubric to rate against, because this is what the executive steering committee agreed upon and move forward with to make, as these are the important points for them to address.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much, Michael, and everybody for contributing to that. Yeah, that is very important. We are getting a little bit in the weeds on factor 4. We have one more rating criteria to go, or one more rating factor to go here. So I really appreciate the lively discussion, but let's get on into the last rating factor here, the budget section. So this one will hopefully be pretty brief. Just go ahead and take a look at the budget attachment. And this one just has the one single criteria that we're going to discuss. And then we're going to move on to the real thing, hopefully, with sample proposal 2. And I think that now that you have that experience with identifying strengths and weaknesses, this is going to go a lot faster with the next proposal. So let's say probably let's do 5 minutes on this one. Let's do 7 minutes on this one. I realize it's a weird number, but let's do 7 minutes. Just really quickly read through it and just identify if there's anything that stands out to you as strengths and weaknesses. And then we'll reconvene and have a brief discussion. Okay, folks. Welcome back. Hopefully you've had a chance to look through the budget section, and we have at least a little bit of discussion available to us here. And then we'll move through this pretty quickly and get on to the next section of this training. So does anybody have any thoughts on some of the strengths and weaknesses, strengths or weaknesses you might have identified in the budget section?
Sure, I can talk about some strengths that I see. So the majority of the budget is allocated to programming. It's leveraging over 30% of additional funding. It seems like based on their line items, they're not having to invest heavily in upstart, such as purchasing systems or any other infrastructure. Their allocations seem to align with their service delivery model. So I think those are all pluses.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a lot of information you gleaned very quickly from that. Very impressive.
High percentage going CB, which looked like 75%. It was over the threshold.
Are you talking about the pass-through?
Yes. I think it's percentage rate. They were asking for a million. And it was a little hard to tell, but I thought that the 250 looked like it was going to county positions, and the 700 was non-governmental, right? The first section 1A was county salaries and benefits.
Mhm.
4A was the NGO.
Mm-hmm.
So then we're scoring.
You are correct, Ellen, and you don't need to worry too much about the them meeting the minimum pass-through of 50%. We've, through the technical review process, we've already verified that portion. So for this, you want to be focusing more on how they're spending their funds, what they're using their funds for, and you don't need to worry too much about, you know, did they meet that minimum threshold? I can't hear you.
You're unmuted, but it looks like it still keeps cutting out.
What about, can you hear that?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know what's wrong with the sound. Okay, so you've vetted them so that we wouldn't disqualify someone, but in terms of how high we would rate them, if we see that as a real positive, that there's a lot of money going to NGOs or CBOs, that would be something we could look at in terms of the budget.
So they get preferential, they get basically preference points for the percent that they're passing through already. So by rewarding them with, you know, with that for the budget section, you're kind of double rewarding the same thing. So you want to focus on the bullets that are in this budget section that's on the screen.
Oh, thank you. That's really helpful.
Yes, thank you so much, Stacy. Yeah, I should have specified less focus on that aspect of it. They are rewarded if they are passing through more than 50%, or I'm sorry, more than 60%. But that is not something any of you need to worry about. That's looked at as those additional points that are awarded after everything has already been scored. So you're mostly looking at actually you're only looking at whether or not they're fulfilling the criteria in here. But yes, all of them will have that 50, they have to have that 50% minimum pass through. And that's already been vetted.
I'm curious how the describing how you will not supplant usually happens, and especially because this is an ongoing program that they're extending. And they have other funding. I don't know how that normally happens.
So, I can jump in here,
Thank you.
so supplanting, it's more so on the, happens a lot more so on the back end side. So on our side, on BCC side, we will see that. I mean, from your side, if you've read enough of the proposals, you have enough experience and you see it, then that's where you can, designate that as a weakness and part of your rating. But then in terms of determining if supplanting itself, that would be the field rep. That's Damien working with the program itself and identifying that and working with them to ensure that that's not happening. But it's not your responsibility to determine that at that point. It's just, you would, in this rating criteria, if you see it, then you can rate it as a weakness if you determine that that's on your side. But then the actual designation, the actual determination is happening more so with BCC. Stacy, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I was just going to add too that the last the cohort 3 ESC, they added this supplanting language to this rating factor. And so if they address everything in the rating factor, they should talk about how they're going to ensure that they're not supplanting. So if you don't see any discussion, if they just sort of ignore any sort of supplanting discussion, then they did not fully address the criteria in this rating factor. But in terms of, whether they actually supplant or not, as Michael said, when they're implementing their grant, the field reps regularly review their invoices and their programming, and we do comprehensive monitoring visits where we look at their records and their documentation, and we'll review for that.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Stacy and Michael. Yes, I appreciate you addressing that. As I have significantly less experience reviewing as many of the proposals or dealing with that particular criteria or point of the criteria. But I think that we've had a number of strengths and weaknesses mentioned. And I think that we can probably, unless anybody has any burning additions to this, we can probably move on to the next section that we're going to be reviewing, or not reviewing, but the next piece of the training, I guess. All right, awesome. Well, thank you, everybody. You've just reviewed that first proposal, so in its entirety, that was fantastic discussion. The next one you're going to be seeing is going to be in its entirety. So now we're going to be putting all of this information together. So everything that you went over yesterday with the rating factors, the criteria, and then today with the strengths and weaknesses, we're going to be putting those together in order to be able to actually do the ratings, to assign ratings to the factors. And this is actually, we're approaching noon here, so lunchtime. I wanted to kind of get a feel for how y'all want to approach this. We are running a little bit behind. So one option is to do a working lunch where you just kind of read through the proposal while you take lunch, and then I'll check in with you after 30 minutes. And I'm assuming folks will still need some more time. It's a lot to get through, especially with rating. And then we can reconvene once everybody's done probably at about 45 minutes altogether, or to an hour, and then we will reconvene for discussion of the actual ratings. Or we can do lunch, and then you can start on sample proposal 2 after lunch. So how is everybody feeling on this? I realize I probably should have put up a poll on that.
And be honest to chime in, please.
Yes, if your brains are needing a break, please feel free to let us know.
Absolutely, yes.
Well, I will be honest, it's not that my brain needs a break, although it generally needs a break. My issue is that I did not bring any lunch, so I need to pop out of the office.
I see.
Yeah, I think it would be good to disengage for a bit.
Good idea.
I agree
folks.
with that.
Yes, you've been reading a lot, you've been doing a lot of discussion, everybody's been really engaged, so I think it's a good idea for 30 minutes to just disengage from this, and in that case, I can see you all back at 12:30, and we can all start fresh with sample proposal 2. See you all back at 12:30. Thank you so much.
Good job, Anna. And sorry if Michael and I were giving you like conflicting suggestions on teams there.
I think the difficulty is there's just so much to, you don't want to freak people out, but there's just so much to it all. And it's like, yes, think about that. And yes, think about.
Please. Thank you so much. I realize I probably, no, maybe not. I was gonna say I could record, but I'm not the host. So for FAIR, the response addresses the criteria in a non-specific or unsatisfactory way. So those keywords being non-specific or unsatisfactory. So non-specific or unsatisfactory, meaning the response to the rating factor criteria has some strengths, but has some weaknesses, including insufficient detail or justification. And the focus mainly is weaknesses may marginally outweigh strengths. Then satisfactory, the response addresses the criteria in an adequate way. Adequate meaning the response addressing the rating factor criteria is moderately strong, but has weaknesses. And what we're focusing on is that strengths marginally outweigh weaknesses. So you can see that those are swapped. Here, weaknesses marginally outweigh strengths. 3 is going to be the strengths marginally outweighing weaknesses. For 4, the response addresses the criteria in a substantial way. The response addressing the rating factor criteria is strong, but has some minor weaknesses, in which case the strengths outweigh the weaknesses. And then for excellent, for 5, the response addresses the criteria in an outstanding way, in which case outstanding means the response addressing the rating factor criteria is extremely strong. It has few, if any, weaknesses, in which case the strengths clearly outweigh the weaknesses. So I realize that I've just said those words so many times. Once again, sometimes they start to lose all meaning, but as you're reading through the proposal, I want you to refer back to the anchors here and relate them back to what you're taking, the notes that you're taking. So if you're looking and you're seeing that you're really finding very few strengths, then maybe it ends up landing somewhere in here. If you're finding basically no strengths, it's all weaknesses, then it might end up in the poor or the fair. If you're finding that it's marginal, then you have to see based on what notes you took, what you read through, and I realize we're not going to have a whole lot of time to read through each of the sections, but based on what you do glean from it, if you're feeling like it's got strengths, it has some weaknesses, but it doesn't really sway you in either direction, that might be a time where you're putting in a 3. But if you're ever finding yourself in a situation where you keep gravitating towards, you know, this area here, this sort of wishy-washy middle of the road, just as a default, make sure you always go back to, you know, the anchors here. What exactly is non-specific or unsatisfactory? The weaknesses, or sorry, my apologies, the weaknesses may marginally outweigh the strengths. So that's how you can determine it's fair. And that's going to be based on, you know, like I said, fairly quick note taking. But in all reality, I realize you folks have very little time. You have busy lives, and you're doing this on a volunteer basis, which we do truly appreciate. It's really amazing work. But in all reality, you're not going to have 3 or 4 hours to devote to every single one of these proposals. So you will have times where you're going through the sections relatively quickly and picking out those strengths and weaknesses that immediately occur to you. And that will assist you in determining which of these scores to assign to the overall rating factor. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything because this is important before we launch into the actual rating, but Michael, was there anything else?
No, I think you covered everything really well there, Anna.
Awesome. Okay. Yeah, before I send you off onto the actual exercise. So we're going to now launch into assigning the points. So you're going to read through the entirety of the proposal, but I'm going to put up a card. I'm going to put up the Word document. I'm going to probably give about 10 minutes. I realize it's a very short amount of time for each of the sections, and probably about 5 minutes for the budget. And then you're going to see that time on here for each section. So just read through what you can for each of the sections during that 10 minutes, and then I'll put up the next one. Then once everybody's done, we'll reconvene and we'll discuss the ratings. And based on, so for each of the ratings, we'll kind of very briefly discuss why you feel you assigned the rating that you did, and you know which strengths and weaknesses really put that decision over the edge. So just to make sure, I realize I didn't explain this very well, but you're going to read through the entirety of it so you have a good idea of the flow of the project, and you can see how all of the sections relate to one another. But you're going to just allocate about 10 minutes to each of the sections. Obviously, if a section is a little bit shorter, you know, you can move on to the next one and what have you, but put up a card for 10 minutes for each of them and then 5 minutes for the budget. And as you're reading through, just make sure to jot down the strengths and weaknesses for each one and kind of assign a score and then move on to the next one. So it doesn't have to be a very in-depth analysis of each section. It's just kind of a first impression, reading through and assigning a score. And also, of course, jotting down some notes or highlighting some notes if you're doing that, some sections that we can discuss after you're done.
Yeah, so just jumping in real quick, Anna here. So in the respect for everyone's time, because I know we have just a little bit over an hour left, we will be moving through this fairly quickly. And so understand that the intent, the purpose of this practice is so that we can start utilizing the 6-point scale and assigning points to each one, right? So understand that you don't have to be thorough in this process, in this practice, but when you do read the proposals and do practice, well, not practice, but do read the proposals, all right? We do have the expectation and would love for you to be thorough in that analysis, of course. So just understand that this practice here is just so that we can get through, you know, the rating training and get you practice on it. But then when you read the proposals, please be thorough.
Yes, I absolutely didn't want to imply that this is the amount of time you want to allocate to every proposal. It's probably going to take you significantly longer to read through each of the actual proposals and then assign ratings. But for the time being, because it's an exercise and we want to get at least give you an idea of what the process is, we're just going to go through it a lot faster. Damien?
Yeah, just real quick, just to reiterate, the scale that you had up did not have the 0. You mentioned the 0,
Yeah,
but the scale that includes the 0 is in the attachment in the email that you sent out to everyone. So when they pull up their tools for use, it will include that 0 with a little explanation of the 0 as well. So just wanted to throw that out there too.
yes, it will include the 0. Apologies. I will go ahead and include that. And I will put that up on the screen. So as you're doing your review, it will have that up and available to you. Okay. Thank you so much, David. Yes, I did notice that. I think that might have been a previous iteration that did not have a 0, but I will put up the correct one. All right, everybody. So here at 12:45, I'm gonna start the first card. So like I said, if you're done reading and done writing faster, obviously move on to the next section, or if you need to allocate more time to one of the sections, that's totally fine. Just whatever you can complete for each of the sections, for each of the rating factors, then we can discuss whatever you've completed up to that point. Does anybody have any questions before we launch into the rating process? All right. Well, in that case, thank you so much, everyone. And I will see you back in 45 minutes. And like I said, I'll be putting up the cards on the screen, and that's just for your benefit, just so that you have some idea of pacing. And so you don't get through like 2 sections and then don't have anything for the rest of it. And of course, if anybody doesn't have sample proposal 2, please let me know. Hopefully everybody does.
Or if you have any questions during the process too, don't hesitate to reach out.
Yes, of course. Yes. Either via chat or you can just ask. folks, and to be able to actually have the scale as well as the definitions for the strengths and weaknesses for the anchors up. I'm just going to be dropping the times just for pacing in the chat for each of the sections. I realize that this is a fast pace, everyone, but just posted in the chat, so hopefully y'all are moving on to the project description right now. And depending on what, you don't have to be like exactly on time with any of these, but it's just to help you pace yourselves so you can get through all of the sections. But hopefully finishing up project description by around 1:16. Although it is a large section, so understandable if you're allocating a little bit more time to that one. Okay, folks, so I know we're running a little bit behind, so for budget, it's just gonna be a really quick, hopefully wrapping up reading the proposal, at around 1:30. I know that you may not have gotten through everything, and it was brief probably if you did get to it, but, just kind of scan through budget really quickly, and just have maybe one or two things that you can pick out. Then we'll reconvene at 1:30. Okay, folks, I know that that was a very, very brief rating time. I appreciate your patience. I know that we've been running a little bit behind schedule, but I think it's mostly because we've had such fruitful discussions, which is fantastic. And this is mostly just the application process. So we're going to jump right into it. So hopefully most of you had a chance to read through most of the proposal and pick out a few strengths and weaknesses and then assign a score. Just in the interest of time and also to sort of get the discussion going. I'm just going to call on folks to sort of contribute what they thought about each of the sections, and then describe which strengths and weaknesses really led you to that decision, to the rating score decision. So just one quick second.
You want us to lead with the score and then back it up? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and like I said, this is going to be just a brief one, but the key is to connect. So if you selected, let's say, fair, you'll kind of be able to pick out whether you have the weaknesses may marginally outweigh the strengths. So you would probably have more weaknesses that you would be contributing, and maybe like one strength. And you can all just go ahead and input, since I'm not going to have a chance to call on everyone. Everybody can just input their scores in the chat. So I have just an idea of where everyone's scores are at. But then I'll just call on one or two of you for each section to sort of discuss your rating and then your rationale for choosing that specific rating. And like we discussed earlier, there is no right or wrong answer for this. Everything is based on your individual experience, your expertise, and your reading of the proposal. So we're not expecting any specific score. So go ahead and you can input your scores in chat, and then let's see.
Is this, I'm assuming
Do you
on a
mean
score
cumulative?
for
Yeah.
project need?
Yes, apologies. We're starting with project need. Yes, we are starting with the first section. We're going to go through each of the sections and then do the assigned scores and then discussion. I should have been a little bit more clear on that. But yes, absolutely. If you can just input your scores in chat for project needs specifically, and then we will discuss. And let me just, apologies, your ratings. Please input your ratings. I realized that I should be using the correct vernacular here. Okay, so Jennifer, do you want to discuss?
Sure. It's hard to not compare this one to the prior one we did, and this one is just outstanding compared, I thought. I said 425 sets out the needs of a diverse population and the county in particular, which was huge. There was an indication that they had data from the sheriff, so there's collaboration and data sharing, presumably. Set out the 5 hotspots with 1 per day, clearly set forth the target population, address the effort to expand the existing services. They had identified the service gaps pretty clearly, and they were addressing how it expands what qualifies for diversion and how to get there, basically. I mean, I think in most of my sections, the strengths from this one are what was predominant, as opposed to the last one we did where everything was very weak. But I thought it was outstanding. I mean, it was so clear. I read it. I knew what the need was. They had put a lot of thought into it. They had a plan in place. So somewhere between a 4 and a 5.
Okay, wonderful. Yes. And absolutely did not mean to bias any of you against, against the previous one, because I realized this one was also in a much more legible format. All of them are going to be in that giant wall of text that is downloaded from Submittable. But like we said, if you put it into Word, hopefully a lot easier on the eyes. But yes, I really appreciate that and completely agree. Very clear and very well laid out for the project need. And let's see, John.
Yeah, so I agree with what Jennifer said. You know, I was at a 4. Same reasons, you know, framed the need well, framed the target population well, was well substantiated with data. The only reason why I didn't give it a 5 was, and this could have been just because of lack of time. I did have to reread it back again just to ensure that, you know, I followed the flow and understood it clearly. But, you know, it was well laid out, you know. So yeah, that's why I give it a 4, but it could have been a 5 if I didn't have to go back at all.
Absolutely. And yes, I realize it was a very brief time to read and also evaluate. But yes, I appreciate that both of you managed to really ascertain that there was clarity and flow. And that's one of the benefits of also reading through the entirety of the proposal. Realize another downside of the previous one is we were reading it piecemeal. So, I mean, you were still all able to identify that the sections did not jive. There was no flow in terms of how everything connected. But with this one, it was also immediately evident as you read through it that everything connected. So thank you so much, folks. And yes, thank you for connecting it to the scale specifically. So you specified that for 5, the response does have more, the strengths outweigh the weaknesses, or potentially the strengths very clearly and obviously outweigh the weaknesses. That's fantastic. So just in the interest of time, I know that project need is very important, but we're going to move on to rating factor 2. So we're going to look at community engagement next. So if you could all please input your ratings for that one as well, and then I'll just call on folks. Awesome. Okay. I'm glad most of you had a chance to get through those. That's fantastic. Okay. So Mac, I'm curious to hear about your rating 3 in this one on community engagement.
Excuse me. I thought it was adequate. I did not think it was substantial. I'm looking, there was a couple of things, if you can still hear me.
Yep. Well, now we can't hear you though.
Well, I was looking, I didn't write the, I was looking for my notes. I just thought that they didn't really tell me a couple of things that they were asserting. They didn't really describe, let's see, says the enhanced partnership will strengthen further collaboration between grant funded programs, eliminate redundancies, leverage their respective relationships, talking about the advisory committee. And it says they're culturally and ethnically and geographically diverse. I can see a little bit from like some of the ethnic diversity. I was looking to see a little bit more there. And it says that the JLAC includes representatives from the cities with expertise in recidivism, substance use, and mental health and homelessness. Could be just my quick read on it, but when they were making some assertions, I just didn't necessarily fulfill that what they wrote led up or fulfilled their assertions. And when they talked about the process of the effort to notice and publicize, I was looking for a little more detail there. So I thought it was adequate. I didn't think it was exceptional.
Okay, absolutely. Yes, that is valid. And it is entirely possible that with this particular proposal, this section of the proposal, there wasn't as much information. It was a shorter section, though still significantly more detailed than with the previous proposal. But yes, I can see exactly where you're coming from. And I think some of that might have to do with the fact that they specify that this is an ongoing program, and so there might be a little bit of kind of like, you know, these things are already in place. And so it might be slightly more lackluster, although they are providing more specificity, at least with, you know, specifying they have members that are Latinx, African American community members with lived experience, although that piece is a little bit vague, what specific lived experience. So yes.
And I know we're going over this quickly, but even as they talk about those groups, did they describe the county population and project need in terms of giving a comparison about, I don't know necessarily that what they wrote in community engagement is reflective of responding to the needs of the county population. It was just, again, I just had questions in my head.
Some of it might be a little bit vague. I think they did cover it in the actual project needs section. But I think some of it also probably is, it's a quick read. I think if you went back, you might have, you know, you might be able to connect more of the dots from section 2 to section 1 to project need. But obviously this is a very, very quick run through of it. But yeah, completely understand. And some of it might also be, like I said, this is an ongoing program, and they may just have provided less specificity for some of this for the community engagement piece. So totally valid, but yeah, possibly on another read through, you'd find other things that connect back to project need, or maybe not. But thank you so much. And so yeah, that's a 3. And then let's see. Mary?
For section 3, I gave him a 4.
Oh, sorry. Apologies. This is for section 2.
Oh, sorry, we're still on section 2. Sorry. I gave him a 4. I felt like it was substantial. I think there were some shortcomings. Like they didn't really go into, you know, they said it's diverse, but they didn't necessarily go into how. I think they relied on that portion a little bit on what they had previously done, but I like that they laid out what they had previously done, how they selected people before and how they're merging that into what they're doing now. So I thought that was good. And then the only thing that I had concerns over, like with their community engagement, I liked that but they're posting it both online and in a public place. I would like to see where exactly when they say a public place, what that is. And then the only other thing that I thought that they could have possibly considered was, you know, they did the assessment before in 2016, I think it was, for what how to represent the community adequately. Is there a need for a new assessment upon this kind of reforming of the committee to move forward? So that was the only thing, but I still thought that overall it was substantial and it met kind of what the needs were.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so you actually identified the like minor weaknesses that Mac called out, but also see that which is, you know, they might need to reconsider the LAC, the structure of the LAC, but you mostly found positives or strengths in what they presented. Okay, apologies for going through this so quickly, but we are going to move on to section 3. So the project description here. If you could just go ahead and drop your score or your ratings, your factor ratings into the chat. And awesome. I think with this one, just gonna have one person speak on this one because we are running a little bit behind. So Rachel, do you want to elaborate on your rating for project description?
Haha, I was hoping you wouldn't pick me because it was so long and so I didn't write that many notes while trying to keep up with this one.
No worries at all. Like I said, we are running a little bit behind, so that's fine.
I just wrote strong plan addressing many of the main points that need to be addressed, but I thought in particular the work plan was missing some outcome measures and data sources. There was some lacking information, which is what landed it in a 4 for me.
Okay. Maybe totally valid. Yes, sometimes the work plan is a little bit more sparse and then they elaborate more in the narrative, but the work plan should still have all of the required information. And then let's take a look at the next rating factor here. For data collection and evaluation. So if everybody could put their scores in the chat on this one. Okay, Ellen, would you like to share your thoughts on why it would be between a 3 or a 4?
Yeah, and for some of these, I pencil it in and then either at the end of the proposal or after I've seen a few proposals and feel like I'm calibrated, I go back and choose. But so I was definitely on the fence between 3 and 4. I thought that they did a nice enough job. It definitely was adequate and they touched on the process evaluation, the outcome evaluation, working with RAND, tagging into the goals that they had previously stated. I thought that they also were in line with throughout the proposal, but also in this section, they were in line with the Prop 47 intent, looking at reduction of folks getting involved in the system or as well as bolstering housing. I like that they mentioned surveys and focus groups and did touch on some of the challenges we talked about yesterday of getting those prior histories so that one can actually measure. So it just, there were a few parts, I think I'm talking myself into a 4, probably more than a 3, but there were definitely several parts of this section where it felt like they had thought it through and weren't just sort of checking the box. So I thought it was relatively solid and addressed what is needed for 4.1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, I really appreciate that you actually said you think you're talking yourself into a 4. The way you were describing it, kind of, it was leaning towards those strengths, and that's understandable. Yes, they have a fairly detailed data collection and evaluation plan, and they do have an ongoing contract and an evaluator. So yes, they did provide quite a bit of information on the assessment process. Absolutely. That's a good question. So can someone share a weakness for section 4?
A weakness for section 4, was that the request?
Yes.
When I looked at the goals and the what they want to measure in the work plan, I didn't find that what was written in section 4 was really going to do a good job of that. Particularly when you look at the first goal on the work plan and some of the activities that were apparently going to be undertaken. I didn't know. I thought they could have done a much better, gone into more detail about recidivism. I know that they're going to use the BSCC definition, but to me that seemed vague. So it's not negative, but it wasn't a strength. So that would be my criticism. But there could have been much greater clarity on that part. And I did probably too quickly prejudge. I was asking a lot, where is the data? And I saw towards the end, they're talking about where they're going to have some of the criminal justice history data. but I didn't think the section described about or gave enough information about who is holding all of the metrics that they want to go into both the process and the outcome evaluation. I also didn't think their discussion of the process evaluation was very good. Those are my criticisms.
I think that was a very, yes, that was a detailed reading of it, even though that was brief. You had very little time at the end there, but yes, you absolutely are correct. There definitely was, I think some of it was vague. And the one thing is the BSCC definition of recidivism is what we're asking, that is the standard. So they are required to use the BSCC definition of recidivism. If they want to provide local information as well, they can, but that would be something they're providing in addition to the BSCC defined the definition of recidivism. But thank you so much for elaborating on that. For the most part, everybody is kind of aligning pretty closely, which is nice to see. Means the training went according to plan. But I think we're probably not going to have time to review budget at the moment. So just to make sure, can I get you to drop your ratings in the chat? And we are going to actually have to move on to the next section, but this was still a phenomenal discussion, and I really appreciate everybody contributing. I realize it was a very, very short amount of time to read through a complex proposal. Fantastic. Thank you so much, everyone. So let me go ahead and get us back on track here. So though it was very quick and very, very abbreviated, congratulations on completing your first rating. That was fantastic. I think that everybody applied the rating criteria phenomenally, and you all understood the application strengths and weaknesses model. That's all we can ask for. So we really appreciate all of your engagement. But moving on from that, we should really briefly just discuss some of the rating challenges. So there are 4 common aspects of the rating process: rater standards, scale use.
Product. Don't miss out on it. Don't wait until the day.
Rater standards, scale use, focus of the evaluation, and time-related challenges. So this is going to actually be found in your challenges handout here. This is Job Aid 5, which is common rater challenges. Hopefully everybody got that email this morning. And we're just gonna, so challenges related to rater standards. So that first one. So you'd have to consistently apply the scale point definitions or anchors. So make sure that you're always referring back to those anchors when you're considering the rating that you're going to assign, and also appropriately applying the anchors. So referring back to those definitions so that you can, differentiate between if it is a 3 or a 4 or 4 or a 5. And then assign points to reflect the quality of the response to the rating factor criteria. So you're looking specifically at the quality of the response. One second. Next one is related to scale use. And we're asking you to keep in mind the full range of scale points. So if you find yourself kind of gravitating to the 2 or the 3, make sure that you go back to the rating scale and those definitions, the anchors, to really make that decision. Is it a 2 or 3 because, it actually is a fair or, subpar proposal, or is it just that you haven't quite determined yet if it falls into either of those. So don't be afraid to use that 0 if it's necessary. If they don't address the criteria, then, or they don't address the factor, then it's a 0. And if it is phenomenal and you really can't find any weaknesses, then it can be a 5. So don't be afraid to go to those extremes. Challenges related to evaluation. Please avoid ratings based on a single noticeable characteristic. Avoiding ratings influenced by raters' personal beliefs, viewpoints, and preferences. So this is obviously reducing bias as much as possible. Not to say don't use your experience, your lived experience, your work, professional experience. That's why you were selected as raters. But, you know, don't prejudge on the basis of, you know, it's not spectacularly well written or, you know, any number of other things. And also very, very important to try to avoid comparing proposals to the previous ones you read. So if the previous one you read or the last 3 you read were really just abysmal seeming, you know, you felt that they were subpar, that you assigned them very low ratings, rating scores, then the next one you read may seem, by comparison, significantly better. Try to go into every proposal fresh, so that doesn't happen. And also, I think the biggest one is probably going to be time-related challenges. Obviously, after reading 5 or 6 proposals in a row, you're going to be exhausted. Your ratings may suffer as a result of that. They may be less detailed. So try to allot the necessary amount of time, spread out your time, so that you're not having to cram multiple proposals into a single day. And of course, evaluating the proposals in the same state of mind. So not doing it when you're extremely exhausted or, you know, very stressed out. I realize that, once again, these are difficulties of modern life, but do what you can as much as possible, so that the ratings aren't reflected in that. Okay, so I realize we have literally just a couple of minutes here. So for final ratings, you're going to be submitting ratings for each of the proposals that you read. These ratings are going to be treated as the final values for the calculations of the proposal score. So once they're in there, they're not going to be, I mean, you actually can change your scores, but once you submit your final score, that's it. After the deadline, and make sure to submit ratings for all of the assigned proposals, and this is really important. So if raters are submitting ratings for only a portion of the proposal that they were assigned, so for only one of the factors or 2 of the factors, those raters are considered missing for all of the assigned proposals. So even proposals that you did submit all the ratings for. So that's really, really critical. And ratings are going to be due August 19th by 5 p.m. Please, of course, reach out to us if you have any issues or questions or basically anything. So the materials for your evaluation process. So you're going to be receiving your rating materials via a link to a Smartsheet dashboard, materials and a link via email to a Smartsheet dashboard. You're going to find in that dashboard, and do we have like, I know we have 1 minute left, but I really would like to briefly review the dashboard if we can. Which I have up here. So let me just go ahead and direct you to the dashboard. This is going to be a link that you received for the dashboard. If it would open, that would be good. There we go. Okay, so once you receive your dashboard links, this is what you're going to actually see when you open that link.
Oh, no, you have to,
We're
share.
not seeing it, Anna.
Oh, you can't see it?
No, we're still seeing the slide that says Rater dashboards.
Apologies. There we go. Yes. It was just loading, actually, so No, nobody missed anything, but thank you so much. Yes, so this is gonna be the dashboard. It's going to say Prop 47 up here, Cohort 4. It's going to have your name. This is obviously just a test one. You're going to have all of your rater training documents available here. So you're gonna have all of your job aids, as well as the RFP, which of course recommend that you read through the RFP to start before you start reading through the proposals. You're going to have the rater training PowerPoint presentation. So what we've been looking at this entire training, as well as the dashboard guide. So the guide for actually using the dashboard. Then you're going to have the date here. This is obviously not the date you're submitting it. You will be submitting by August 19th, 5 p.m. at the latest. And this will have your list of proposals. So this is the reading order. So the order that the proposals are listed here is the selected order for each of you. So you'll be reading it in the order in here. So this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then as far as submitting your ratings, the ratings will be submitted here. It says submit proposal ratings. You will select the county or the agency for which you are doing the rating, and your name from this drop down here. Obviously, these are all characters from Parks and Rec, but this will have your name in here. And then you have all of the rating factors here. So you'll rate each of the factors from 0 to 5, and then you will submit your scores. Then if you actually realize, oh, you know what, I actually made a mistake. I actually wanted to rate it a 5 or a 4, what have you. You can actually do a change request form where you once again select your name here, the number of the proposal, so basically which agency you want to submit a rating change for. And then if there are additional proposal ratings you'd like to make changes to, and you'll click submit here. And then you'll be able to submit a rating change basically. I realize that we just went through that very, very quickly. And that
Anna, can you scroll down to the bottom real quick? Yes. All the way to the bottom. Just up just a little bit there. Once you start submitting ratings, they will show up down here on the bottom as well. It'll look like this until you start submitting the ratings, but that way you'll be able to verify that what you want the score to be is what we actually received.
Yes, thank you so much, Stacy. Yes, completely forgot since there's nothing in here, but yes, your ratings will show up down here under submitted ratings. So if you realize after looking at it, oh, you know what, I actually made a mistake, that's when you would submit a rating change request. And then that is pretty much it for what you would need to do to submit your ratings. And then we do have, you do have another form called rater reminders that will have, I realize we're not going to have time to go through that last job aid, but it's going to have some reminders for the rating process as well as deadlines. You're going to have, like I said, these are going to be the rating materials available to you. And I also realized that I need to switch screens in order to be able to show this. So I'm going to switch the sharing.
I apologize if you already said this, but so it sounds like if you're in that camp where you kind of want to score tentatively, read them all, and then put them in finalized, we shouldn't put them in unless we're 100% or as sure as we can be, because otherwise we have to request a change later.
Yes,
that's correct.
It's common.
Yes.
We do have raters in the past who what they do like an internal file. You put all your ratings there, and then at the end, before the due date, then you submit them all together. That's more than
Got it. Thanks.
Perfect. Is everybody just seeing the next step slide?
Yes.
Awesome, thank you. So yes, I was going through these and I realized we were still looking at the dashboard. So yes, the ratings do need to be submitted by August 19th. And then we will email you to reveal the proposal rankings. So once all of the ratings are submitted, we will do the calculations on our end, rank all of the proposals, and we will reach out to all of you with that information. Funding recommendations will be presented to the board for approval on September 12th of this year. And I realize we went through the dashboard very quickly, but there is a dashboard guide that will go through all of the steps for submitting your ratings or submitting a rating request change. And so I think that is everything on my end. I just want to make sure we haven't missed anything. And I do apologize. I realize that this was just a mad dash to the end.
And also, you'll receive the email with your dashboards by the end of the day tomorrow.
I think that's good. I think Damien probably got disconnected, so.
Damien had to jump onto another call.
Okay, so we're good.
So, but if anybody has any questions before we conclude.
Okay, just for my clarification, the dashboard view that we will have will be unique to us, right?
Yes.
So I have the proposals that we're to see. It's not going to have the full list of proposals, just what we're tasked with.
Exactly. And on that list of proposals, you saw on the right-hand column, there was like 3 columns on that far right-hand column. You could click directly on that link and it will open that proposal for you. And it will be specific to you. So everybody has a different reading order. Everybody has, well, not everybody, but the 2 panels, they have different proposals that you'll be reading. So yes, it's specific to each individual rater.
Thank you.
Yes, hopefully it's showing the dashboard again.
Yes.
Yes, so yes, the reading order is going to be specified here. So you'll read, only your proposals are going to show up here. So those 13 unique ones to your panel and the 6 overlapping ones. So the 19 total, obviously this one had example is 23, and you'll read them in the order that's presented there. And yes, the dashboard will be unique to you specifically.
And also just to point out real quick too, there's just a little bit, it has, right now it has Ashley Garibaldi, who is another staff member in the research unit, but this link here, you can click on it and it will, if you needed to send an email with questions, you can click directly on that and you should be able to send an email to Anna.
Yes, thank you so much for relaying that. I realized that, yeah, this will reflect the person who did the rater training. So in this case, me, and feel free to reach out if you have any questions, and hopefully we'll be able to get everything resolved. Any other questions before I let all of you go? Thank you so much for your patience.
And if you don't receive an email before, receive your dashboard by the end of the day tomorrow, please email us and let us know. Anything else?
Thank you. A big thank you. And Anna, thank you. You did a really nice job.
I completely agree. She did a fantastic
Absolutely.
Good job, Anna.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was really comprehensive. Thank you so much.
Yes,
Thank
very
you
good
all
information.
for your time.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
you very much.
Bye.
Free weekend.
Have a great rest of your day.
All
Sure.
right. Thank you. Thank you too, Stacy.
Oh, of course. Thank you, Mac. We appreciate your input.
Absolutely.
So much, Mac. Thank you for keeping the conversation going and